So I'll say a good morning to everyone joining now, and we are starting now. And this is 10 minutes after 10. We are going to be using the 50-10 Pomodoro section. So we have 6 sections today. Like every other day, we start after introduction now and go on the first break once it's 10:50, and we'll be going on break every 50 minutes on top of the hour. That is how to go today. So I want you to stay with us if you are studying, if you are working, if you are doing your writing, so you can join us and maybe give a structure to your task today. And make sure that you bring your priority task. It shouldn't be more than 3. So 2 or 3 is okay. Once it's more than that, it will become overwhelming and something that you start making choices. So you don't want that distraction. So I encourage you to bring the priority task, and these are the things that are important to you and maybe urgent. So you bring them forward so you don't miss out on things that are important. That is the first one. And remember that the break time is meant for your restoration, is meant for you to rest, is meant for you to gain clarity. So it's important that you enjoy your break and be present in your break and present at work during the work time, which means you should reduce every distraction. That is why we call it deep work time. So it's a sprint, and during that sprint we are going to be focusing on the job at hand, and we walk through till the end of that session, which is 50 minutes from 10 12 from 10 11 12 13 to every 50 minutes on top of the hour. Then we go on a break. I want you to remind your brain that you'll be going on a break. So now prepare your mind, and during the break time, remember that we'll be having chats. So if you want, you can just ask questions, put it in the chat, and we'll respond during the break time. I'll be talking about how to improve your productivity, how to improve your grade, and those are dependent on your memory. They are dependent on your attention. So if you are someone that is struggling to pay attention, you are struggling to focus, you are struggling with your time, you can join us and learn 1 or 2 things, and they are very important. And remember, we are giving memory exercises, and during that time we encourage you to participate. With that, you are going to see yourself improving. How you learn, you are going to learn faster, better. You are going to be able to store information and to retrieve it fast. So your recall ability is going to improve if you do those exercises. So join us during that break time also to do the exercise, or you can just go for a walk or do what helps you to recharge. We encourage you to take break in between tasks. They are very important. It's not just about relaxing. It's not a luxury. It's not something that you are rewarded with after you finished everything that you have to do. Nobody ever does. So remember that you will need to go on a break because you have a lot to do, because you have too much that you still need to achieve. You have so many things that you've lined up for this year, so you need that break so you can do it efficiently and do it timely with less stress. So let's start now. Once it's 10:50, we'll be on a break, and during that time I want to check the chat and see the questions there on how to improve your memory, how to know that your memory is weak, or whatever question you have around your memory or maybe your productivity. We are here to answer those questions. So we are starting now, and I wish you a very productive day today. So we start now and we end 4 p.m. So it's our break time now. This is 10:50, and yeah, we'll be discussing on how to improve our memory, how to improve your thinking. It's very important that you improve your thinking. I will still talk about some of the tools that we use and how we use them to improve our writing, maybe to support us in studying. But remember that they are all tools. So the basics, what you really need as a foundation is your own ability to think, the ability to reason, the ability to think deeply. That is very important. So it's not something that any tool can do for you. Let me pause this. It's not something that any tool can do for you. So it's important that you improve the way you think, improve your ability to retain information and to recall information. That is very, very important. And for you to improve yourself. So here, this is a productivity space. Is a place that we learn how to focus, how to improve our attention, how to improve our memory, how to improve our productivity as a whole. And it's not all about getting more output, but quality ones. It's about doing things the right way and being confident in yourself and improving your own ability. And this all starts with your ability to think. If you can think well, then every other thing you can really manage. Because if you can think well, if you can manage your memory, then it will be easier for you to learn new skills, use the tools, and maybe move forward, grab opportunities. But if you don't, if you have weak memory and maybe weak thinking ability, there is no tool that can help you. You will struggle. You might be given the best tools, but you might not be able to use it. It's just like buying a Ferrari, buying good cars for a child. So no matter how good it looks, that child can use it. So that is why you have to do everything in your power to retain and to improve your memory. So let's look at our memory and see how good our memory is. Like I told you, we are going to be doing some memory exercises. They are gentle exercises, and they are very efficient in improving the way you think, improving your ability to encode, store, and retrieve information, because those are the three stages of your memory formation. You have to encode the information the right way, you have to store it, then you have to retrieve it. So we'll do the exercises that will help us in these three ways: to encode information the right way, then to store it, and to retrieve it. So the first thing that we'll have to do now is just to think back just few hours from the time you woke up. I don't know if you're just waking up now, then yours is still very early, then you can look at before you slept. But if you are awake since maybe 6 7, I want you to think back to the time you woke up. I want you to remember the first person you saw today, or the first voice that you heard today. Who does it belong to? Or if you have had any discussion, can you remember, okay, when I woke up, this is the first person that I saw, this is the discussion that I had. If you can remember that, and when is that, there's that time that you had your breakfast. So I want you to think back through that and see if you can remember vividly, maybe what you did during your first hour today when you woke up. So you can write it down, you can just say it aloud. And remember, if you cannot explain it, you don't understand it. So try as much as possible to explain things that you read, things that you see. Explain it. When you explain it, then you understand it. That is the difference between recalling and recognizing. Some we can always recognize things, but it's difficult for us to recall from our mind the details in it. So I want you to recall what you did this morning when you woke up. Who was the first person that you saw? What time did you eat? And what emotion did you have in the morning? There is a reason why I'm bringing up this emotion, because the other day I was asking, have you asked yourself the question, why is it that I am struggling to forget some things and I can't? And there are things I'm struggling to learn, I can't even remember it. So there is something that will make you not to forget some things, and there are things that makes the other ones easily lost. So if you ask yourself those questions, those are the things that we are going to treat the next break. So you can start thinking, can just ruminate over it and think about it. Let's know if you understand. If you remember anything that can lead to that, you can put it in the chat. Okay, there are things that I can not forget. There are things that I'm struggling to forget, and I'll also talk about how to let it go. Those things that you want to forget that you can't forget, there's a way to treat such things, and they help your memory, they help to declutter all those blocks. So it's very important that you listen. Join us during breaks, and I'm waiting for chats. If you have any question, you can put it in the chat. So let's look at encoding the information, because I said we have the 3 stages of your memory information. You have to encode it. Then encoding means that you saw it, you read it, you understood, or you maybe you have you can explain it. Then let's just say then that's the encoding stage. Then you will need to take it from the sensory, maybe the short-term memory. If you are now using it, maybe you understand it from your short-term memory to the long-term memory, where it will stay longer, so you can remember it tomorrow, you can remember it next day, you can remember it maybe 1 year later. So that is where you want the important things in your brain to be, in the long-term memory. That is where you want it to be. So let's look at how so many people learn. How do you learn? So you can put it in the chat, because this is going to help a lot of students that are listening to us, and those that are still growing, or those that are struggling to learn. So I want to know if you understand how you learn. How do you learn as a human being? How do you learn? Is it just by reading it? Is it by listening to your teacher, or listening to that to the story, or listening to the words that is that how you learn? Or maybe when you see it? Then we are going to be talking about, let me just give it out because we don't have much time, but if you're listening carefully, you are going to get a lot here, because many a times we are taught the our area of specialization, and never taught how to learn. You don't learn just by reading it. If you read it once, or you listen to it once, and that is just it, if you did not revisit it, if you do not pay any attention to it, you are bound to forget it. Maybe after 1 hour you lose about 20%, 30% of it. After 24 hours you're going to lose about 70% of what you have seen or learned or heard. If you did not review it, if you did not revisit it, you didn't pay attention. And remember that your brain is very efficient. It's an efficient engine. It's so efficient that it will keep those things that are emotional. It will keep those things that it thinks that, oh, this thing is always used, or maybe the things that and you look at it, okay, this one now is something new, or something I've never seen. Your brain will keep it. Your brain is going to keep things that are emotional to you. It's going to keep things that it thinks that you will need next. But if you don't pay attention to it, then it's going to sieve it. It is a good way to protect you, because it's not meant to store everything. It's meant to store things that are important to you. So you will need to pay attention if you want to learn. You will need to revisit it. You will need to explain it. You will need to show your brain that this particular information is important. Then it's going to keep it. But if you did not pay attention, if you treat it as if it doesn't matter, it will sieve it out. And your brain is very merciless when it comes to that. It's not going to keep anything that is not worth keeping. After you visited that site, or you read that book, and oh, it's so beautiful, and you left it without going back to it again, you will forget it, unless it's emotional. There is something emotionally attached to it, or that it is something novel, it's something that your brain hasn't seen before, or is looking very weird. And then again, if it is something that your brain has noticed that yes, you're going to be needing this because you paid a little attention learning about it, then it's going to keep it. But without those 3 things, your brain is going to sieve it out. So that's the major difference between the things that you keep and the things that you will lose over time. So you will need to pay attention. If you are a student, if you are reading, you will make sure that you revisit it again, that you revise, but not just reading and rereading. You do spaced repetition, which means you read now, you give it time, then you go back to it and revisit it. Then if you think that you've understood this, then you will need to explain it to yourself. Remember that if you cannot explain it, you don't understand it. Take that in. If you can't explain it to yourself, to anybody, if you can't explain that concept, you can't explain that passage that you read, you don't understand it. And it is easy for you to lose what you did not understand. So your brain, it works with a pattern. So you need to give attention to what matters, and your brain is going to pay attention to it. If you did not pay attention to it, then it's going to filter it out. And remember, paying attention means like revisiting it, reading it again, maybe thinking about it, asking questions around it. Then your brain is going to keep it. This is 11 a.m. and we are going back to our sprint time. So during the break time again, we continue. Remember what I asked? Can you still remember when you woke up this morning, the first person you saw, the time that you ate, and importantly, the emotion that you had in the morning? Were you angry, happy, or just indifferent? So that is going to help you wake up your brain, and it will start thinking, which is what your brain need this morning to start exercising. So we are back to our sprint time. We'll speak again once it's 11:50. So this is our break time. It's time for us to relax or stretch if you want to stretch, or you want to go on a break. Yeah, you can go walk around. You just relax and chat with us here. And if you've been looking on your screen, it's time for you to take your eyes off the screen. Maybe you get a little screen break and look through your window to see how far you can see. If it's raining in your area, you can also just look through the window. If you can't walk around, it's okay. If you want to chat with us, you can just join us. Here we are talking about okay, yeah, chatting, creating a space with ambient music suggests. Okay, yeah, you can suggest any. Yeah, that's okay. I have one playing, but I'll do that later when I sort it out with, and when I'm able to distribute that, then it can actually be played in all platform. But I think those in the YouTube, they can hear it. So we're talking about our memory and how to improve our memory. It's quite important that we improve our memory. It's important that we do the right thing, because there is no tool that can help you if you don't have the skill, if you can't understand and remember that your memory is not just for you to remember things. It's not just a storage. It's like a processor. It's something that you need to make decisions, to draw from and perform the task you have. So your memory being good is something that every one of us, we want to remember things very fast and respond to situations very fast. And if that is your goal also, you can just join us, because during the break time we'll be giving out memory exercises that we can do. So if you are there, you can just indicate if you have ever heard one of those memory exercises that we've been giving out and it worked for you. You can just put it out there and let others also learn from. Here, remember, we are not doing the very difficult ones, like those ones that will be go do the Rubicon, do 1,000 puzzles. No, we don't have the time to do that, but we do simple exercises that will help, and they are very efficient. So for this section, we are going to be doing the list. So I want you to think about your grocery list. If you have a paper and pen, you can write it down. Write up to 10 of those things, the items that you think you need. Write them down. After writing them, I want you to cover it and think through and see if you can remember them. Then take another pen and paper after 30 seconds to write it serially the way it appeared in the other list, and later you compare. So that is one of it. So let's talk about the memory, for the memory formation. So we were talking about encoding, how we learn, because if you did not encode the information the right way, there is no way you can remember it. It's difficult for you to get what you did not, to remember what you did not see, or remember what you did not understand. Is very difficult. So you need to learn in a way that you can remember it. That is very important. You learn in a way that you can remember that this is what I did, this is what it is like. I'm checking through the charts to see if there is anything we can. Okay, yeah. So when you are learning, if you are reading or you are studying or you are watching, you will need to ask questions. You will need to revisit it. You will need to pay attention, and attention is what is very lacking in our society now. Many people, they lack attention. They don't. Should I say, their attention is being dragged everywhere, so it's difficult for them to concentrate. So if you can't concentrate, it will be difficult for you to learn. So that is where you have to look at it. Are you concentrating? Are you just scrolling through? Are you just recognizing those things? Oh, I think I know this, and you just pass without asking any questions around it. So it will be difficult for you to remember such things. It's time that you start thinking around what you engage with, around what you see. So when you look at an information or you are studying, it's important that you pay attention. What you pay attention to is what your brain is going to register, is what your brain is going to keep. It's very important that you pay attention. So the attention is very important and is the currency of this age. You will see that there are so many things you can see free. Unlike 10 years, 20 years ago, if you want to watch films and all those, you will have to pay for it. But now it's actually very free. If you have your internet, you have your phone, you can watch so many things for free, and you're asking yourself, is it that free? So you need to know that it's not that free. If you are not paying, then check if you are the product. If you are not paying for it, you will need to check if you are the product. Maybe they are promoting it to you, so with time you are the product. As you are watching it, they are making money from it. So you need to pay attention to things that matters to you, things that will help you. Not everything deserve your attention. And because we have too much information these days, you see many people, they don't know when to stop. They keep piling up information till they are overloaded and they are struggling. They don't have the time to process it. So when learning, you will need to revisit what you've learned. You will need to pay attention. You will need to understand it by explaining it. When you explain it, you know if you understand it. You need to teach it to others. You will need to do the spaced repetition and recall it, say it aloud. So if you have encoded it the right way, the next one is to store it. So it's important that your information, what is important to you, move from the short-term memory to the long-term memory. And that happens when you are resting. It happens when you are sleeping. So if you don't rest, you are not giving your brain the time to process the information. If you don't rest, you are not giving your brain the time to digest it. It's just like pouring water and keep pouring. Even when the cup is full, there is no way it will contain more. And now you see people putting more information on. That's, they keep going on and on. After watching this, they go to this one. After reading this, they go. So there is no time to process it. Your brain is very ruthless when it comes to that. It's going to filter it as if it doesn't matter. Then when you want to remember it, you start struggling. It's just like you going to the supermarket after seeing all those things without buying it, and you return and you are looking for it in your cupboard, which is what we are doing if you want to remember what you did not store. So you will struggle. You will not see it. I think I saw this, I think, but you no longer know what you saw. It is not in detail, it is fragmented. That is what going through all those shorts, video clips and everything that keeps piling up, you keep going on and on. That is what it will result to, because you don't have the time to process the information. So it's going to filter it out. So pay attention to things that matters to you. Remember, I told you to write a list. If you have written the list, let's just say a list of 10 things that you need, maybe grocery, maybe your household shopping, then just cover it after 30 seconds, which I think is done now, so it's due. You can just close it and start writing, rewrite that list and see if you can get it serially the way it is. So for the second memory exercise, we are going to be going through what we did last week. So choose a day from last week. Choose one day from last week. I want you to think through the day. Choose a very normal day, not a day that is special to you. If it is your birthday, please don't choose your birthday, because it's quite easy to remember such. I want you to choose a normal day from Monday till Friday of last week. Choose one day that you think, okay, this day, let me just remember. I want you to take your pen, your paper, you close your eyes. Start listing the things that you did. You can go hourly. Okay, between 6 and 7, this is what I did. When it was 12, I was here. This is who I met. So let's see how much details you remember. That will help you to understand the extent your brain is working, whether it is keeping those things or you have too much in your mind or you are struggling. And remember, there are so many things that causes memory problem. It's not always the digital overload. Is not always people having too much information. Sometimes it might be medical, so you need to go see your doctor if that is the case. And sometimes it might be something that we do, the habit that we form that is not helpful, like not sleeping well, not eating well. If you don't eat balanced diet, maybe you are lacking vitamin B, you will see yourself getting confused and having brain fog. So you will need to eat well, you will need to rest, and you will need to know when to stop accumulating information. Some people, they will keep searching, they keep going on and on. So each time they want to learn a new thing, they will go back to it and google. So they keep piling up without giving their brain the time to process the information. That is not helpful to your memory. So try as much as possible to help your memory by giving it the time to process the information, which means you should take breaks, which means you should sleep, which means you should eat well. So those are very important. They are foundations, should I say, is basic. So once your brain is working and functioning well, every tool can work for you. Even though it's not sophisticated, you can use it. But if your brain is not that good, your thinking is shallow, your thinking is weak, no tool can help you, no matter how sophisticated it is, no matter how good you think it is. It might be the latest, is doing wonders for others. But if you don't have a good brain, you might not be able to use it, because you might garbage in and now you have answers. You need the ability to judge if the answer is okay, if it is up to standard, if it is what you need, if it is the right thing. So you need that ability to make the judgments, and that you can only do yourself. So that is why you should improve your memory. Your working memory, your long-term memory, they are very important. So always join us during the break time as we discuss about improving our memory. So we are going back to our deep work time now. This is 12. So once it's 12:50, we'll be back to continue the discussion. Okay, so this is our break time. It's time for us to relax, time for us to chat. Why is this always very sticky? It's time for us to relax, time for us to chat. And if you're sitting like I have been, you need to stand, stretch, walk around if you can, take a walk, uh, whatever you can do to improve circulation. Those that can go out to the park to walk around 10 minutes is enough for uh, to just walk around and return. You can also take a power nap for 10 minutes. That's very helpful if you can. So do the things that helps you relax and things that will help you gain clarity. Remember that you need rest in order to gain clarity. You need rest to process the information that you've been gathering. If you've been reading, you need rest for your brain to process it, to take it from the short-term memory to the long-term memory. So and we are talking about our memory, and I want to know what comes to mind when you hear about memory problem. Oh, that person's memory is not good. Oh, he forgets a lot, or he's very forgetful. He doesn't even know people's name and others. So what comes to your mind, is becoming very rampant. I don't mean all those the cognitive decline that comes with age, and maybe if there is disease, but we know that we have a lot of forgetful people these days. They are very, very forgetful. Many of us will enter into any room, or the room will be asking, why are we here? And I believe I came here to do something, then why am I not remembering it? And it's happening very often. So you will need to ask yourself questions like, why am I forgetting things easily these days? And remember that, yeah, in this generation, we have a lot of support, we have a lot of help, a lot of tools to work with. But with all the knowledge and everything that we have, people are thinking less, and people are using their brain less, and people are not very, should I say, alert when it comes to retrieving information because of over dependence on external support. So let's just look at our memory and what comes to mind. So we have the three memory: the sensory, the short-term memory, the long-term memory. So what do these ones do for you? Your sensory memory is just for you to notice that I passed and I saw someone that was walking. Okay, when I walked through this place, I saw a tree. And if you're asked after few seconds to describe what you saw, because you did not pay attention, you will forget. You might not be able to describe it. That is stored in your sensory, and it goes out very quick. Then for your short-term memory, that is your working notebook, that is your working memory. So you use it to store information, and it's not storing, it can't keep a lot. It will keep 4 to 7 objects at a time. So you need to learn how to use it. And many of us, that is where we keep the information that we've gathered, because we are not processing it. So if you're not processing it, it will be in your working memory. So you use it then, or you leave it and it will be filtered out later. So you will need time, you will need sleep, you will need rest to take it from the short-term memory to the long-term memory. So ask yourself, are you resting? After reading, do you rest? Do you have time off the task that you are doing, like we are having now? When you are working, after every 15 minutes, if you are joining us, you go on a 10 minutes break to just relax, or maybe talk about other things, take your mind off that task that you have. Or are you going on and on, even when you are not doing the task? You are busy gathering more information, filling your brain with too many information that you don't have time to process. So you need to ask yourself that question: how good is your memory now? Are you very forgetful? How good is your memory? Do you remember what you were doing around this time yesterday? If you were asked to describe, okay, this is 12, let's just say between 12 and 1 yesterday, will you remember what you were doing? Can you tell us what you were doing? Can you tell yourself, maybe close your eyes and describe what you were doing yesterday around this time? It's just one day, and to us it's just short. So isn't it yesterday? But if you ask yourself that question, you see that many of us will struggle, because now our mind is on the go. It's no longer processing information, it's just going. And your brain is designed in a way to protect you. So it will protect you from excess information that is not necessary, because you still have a lot to do. See, it's going to filter out the information it perceives as doesn't matter, because you did not pay attention. If you didn't pay attention, it will sieve it out. So let's look at one of the exercises that we should do now. So we'll do the room scene. Today, I don't know where you work. Let's just leave our house. Let's look at our offices. If you're in the office, you can just close your eyes. If you visited an office, maybe, and you know, okay, this is my supervisor's office. I've been visiting it and I know it. Okay, can you close your eyes and try to imagine all the objects in that room, the things that are there, the seats, the ink, the pen, the chair, whatever is in that room, the laptop. When you close your eyes, I want you to start placing them, locating them where they are. So place them in their location within your mind. Okay, like if you close your eyes, you can say, okay, the desk is located towards the window by the left, then the ink is on the table by the right. So you place the objects where you think that they were when you saw them last. It helps you to improve your spatial memory. It's very, very important that you try to memorize that in your mind. Try to remember where you saw those things, the locations. So if you're able to place them, like now you're looking at it with the eyes of your mind, so you're trying to see where the position of all those things were when you saw them. So after placing them, I want you to go check again. If you're in that place, when you open your eyes, you check and see if you got it right. If you're not there, you can write it down where you place them. When you visit again, check where they are located, and you see if you remember them clearly. Most times we think, oh, we know this, or we've read this and we understand it, only for us to go into the exam hall or during the interview, or we are trying to teach it, or maybe we are trying to use that knowledge, then we start struggling because we did not learn it. Just seeing it doesn't mean that you learn it. Just recognizing it doesn't mean that you learn it. Learning is deeper, it goes further than just recognizing. So when you learn, you try to explain it. If you think that what you read, maybe the passage, the book, what you wrote, that you've learned it. If you think that, oh, I've learned this particular subject or this particular passage, I want you to close it and try to should I say replicate it, reproduce it. Let's see if you can at least remember the highlights, the main points in that passage. So write it down, and if you can explain it, you know it. That is one thing good with teaching. So if you're a student and others are always asking you, please can you teach me this, take that opportunity serious, and it's going to help you in ways, in many ways that you can't imagine. Because if you can explain it, you've learned it. If you cannot explain it, you don't know it. That is just how it works. So when you are explaining to others, or when you explain it to yourself after studying, you will find out where you are still lagging behind, where you still need to improve. Others that are listening to you might not know what you need to do or what you are getting wrong, but you yourself that is teaching, because you've already gone through it, you've already learned it, you think you know it. There are things when you are now speaking it out, when you are now teaching it, that you know, oh, I don't think I remember this, but I know that I'm missing something out. So it's going to show you the gap between what you read and what you understood or what you have learned. So it's very important that you explain, you try to explain. So if you're engaging in any content and your aim is to improve your memory, it is very important that you try to ask questions when you are watching that, when you are reading it. Ask questions like, not just what is in this, what are the highlights, okay, what's the purpose of this, what was in the mind of the writer or the person that produced this clip or this movie. You ask questions. When you ask those questions, it will help your brain to retain it. It's very important that you keep your brain working. Remember that your brain, like every other muscles of your body, it needs exercise. So you need to exercise it every day. Give it at least 10 minutes each day to exercise your brain. Try as much as possible to pull information from it, because the best exercise that you can give to your brain to improve your memory is actually active recall, trying to bring out information, trying to pull out what you think you already know from your brain. That struggle alone is what your brain needs to wake up, to start taking notes, to start paying attention. So let's go back to our work. This is 1 p.m. and we'll be speaking again once it's 1:50. And to everyone that's here, well done. And for the work that you're doing, I hope it's going on well. So we go back to work. This is our sprint time. Yeah, we need to go on a short break. I'll be back in about 3 to 4 minutes. 3 to 4 minutes, yeah. Yeah, so we are back. This is a break time. You can go on a break. You can just walk around, take a nap for 10 minutes. 10 minutes is enough. 10 minutes is enough. So you can go on a break or you can join us to chat. We are talking about our memory, how to improve our memory, and how to improve our ability to record information, to reduce forgetfulness, because we have a lot of that these days and we have loads of information and we are thinking less. So it's time for us to wake up, to use our brain to um, start processing information uh, depending on ourselves, which will help us to grow in our capacity to manage information, to manage situations around us, because you can't just depend on this external aid when you have nothing upstairs. If you can't really judge this is right, this is not right, this is of good quality, then you might not be able to use those tools. So it's important. Oh, let me see this. Let me show you that connection is poor. This is really getting out of hand. I think it might drop again. It's annoying. It's annoying. Maybe I'll start buying this and just get a mobile network for myself. So sorry, the network is really giving me a lot of buffering. Buffering for more than that's the lag is about more than 2 minutes. That's too much. Something is not right with this network completely.